Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we will be doing more Insignia dev. Not doing scene maps, so I'll change that right now. And I've just ruined the stream title for the VOD, so working on my game. Insignia. Action. Insignia. Working on Insignia. We'll just call it that. Cool. Today, we're working on Insignia. I'm finalizing some pitch related stuff today. So maybe we'll do a bit of like a sizzle reel or at least set one up. I might not be able to record it on stream, but I can at least set it up on stream. And yeah, mostly thinking about like the refined pitch. So I've pitched it to a bunch of publishers, but I want to pitch it to a bunch more, and I want to get a bit more concrete on some of the numbers that I've been working with. So a little bit of production planning stuff today, and then we'll be doing some dev a little bit later. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. Welcome. Both on Twitch and on YouTube. Anyone who's watching on YouTube, I want to say also thanks to Not Reiko for the most recent follow and Hushmet Kim the Key for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay. So, what can we do? I don't really have anything else to show you right now other than I'm working on this like budget document, which is a little boring, but it is what it is. So I'm just running the numbers. I've done this on stream before, but I'm kind of trying to get a little bit tighter on them just to make sure that I know what I'm asking for, because I feel like we're getting kind of close to, on the upper bounds of this budget, we're getting close to something that I would think might be challenging for us to deliver on. So I want to see if I can bring it down a little bit to make the risk a little bit lower. So like I think the game can easily sell 150k like units on Steam. I think that's very achievable. And when I look at my research index, one of these links is the right one. I wonder which one it is. Not this one. This one? Good. So, you know, this line here of like $3 million worth of Steam revenue, the Messenger's a big game, right? We're already at that number. Actually, it's more like this number, 2.4. So actually, somewhere between Iconoclasts and the Messenger. This figure, if this number hits 3 million, let's say we call this like 200 lifetime, that's a big number. That's not a straightforward number. Maybe we knock it out of the park and we clear that easily. But this number here, like, you know, when I look at the publisher net revenue, this is in Australian dollars, I should mention. This number needs to be bigger than this number for them to make twice their investment. If they like make back their investment and another 1x on top of that, this number needs to be bigger than this number. So when I look at this, I'm thinking like, man, that's pretty, like, you know, we release on like 4 different platforms. Maybe we cut Xbox because who cares? You know, maybe we can cheapen some of the stuff there, but still, I mean, it's still actually a profit maker. Even if we barely sell any units on Xbox, it still makes, you know, 100k for the publisher, even if it costs us 20k to do it, you know. So, you know, in the event that this is still zero, you know, these are decent numbers. This is like getting up there. And I think my my not concern. I mean, like, we're still under $1 million USD in budget here. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So to make this work, you know, I think I just want to make sure that I'm affording the right amount of money for everybody here in our actual budget breakdown, so that we actually, you know, don't make mistakes. So right now, like, we're looking at, you know, actually this number, like Ruben, who I've been working with. Oh, small announcement. I'm thinking of pairing up with a local studio to help me do this. In terms of like the talent, like who will be working on this. There's a local team who I'll keep anonymous for now, who I'm proposing to publishers that we work together to release the game, rather than just me hiring a bunch of people. And they have experience porting and releasing games. So they would help me a lot with the stuff that I don't know how to do. So their advice, my friend who's a producer, his advice was to pay myself a lot. He's like, you need to be comfortable. You don't need to be relying on content creation revenue while you're producing your game. So if this is like a 2-year thing for me, then that is 90K AUD over the 2 years. So, you know, there's something there that's a little scary for me, but that's a big number, but it's a number that I think he's probably right. I don't think I can make any of these numbers smaller. That's the scary thing. Like, I can't really make any numbers smaller. Maybe they might want to spend like less on marketing, but why would they do that? I had this number smaller for each junior animator, but I think actually it needs to be higher. I think the junior animators need to get paid more. So this is 4 junior animators working at least part-time over like a year and a half. So it's 80,000 per animator for the rest of the project, which might be, yeah, like somewhere between 68 and 80K as like a salary. Maybe there's less than that. It's like this is really a question of like the per hour cost. Right now, this is $30 an hour, gets us to 20K. If got us to 15K. So by upping that to 40, then $40 an hour ends up being at that. I don't think that's bad. I think that's pretty reasonable for a junior animator. And man, Australian, the economy here is not amazing. So the cost of living is really high. So this might be more expensive than you could probably get this outsourced in a third world country or something, but I don't really feel like I want to do that. It is a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But it's 4 people. So what do you do? And maybe it's more like just a budget. You know what I mean? Maybe it's more like a budget than a hard cost. I might not have 4 junior animators, but I need this. I need this much money for animation, I think. Lead animator. This is a lot, but it's also, I want to pay someone a lot of money to do this role. And again, it could be 18 months. So knock a third off of that, and you end up with like 100K, just under, per year, which is, for a good animator, 100K AUD is not that much. That's like 70K US. So knowing that this is a lot of money to me, but it's not a lot of money necessarily to someone who's like an industry vet animator who I would want. It's what I'd want to do. We could maybe get away with not spending this, but the thing about this stuff is that it's not that massive in the grand scheme of things. If I didn't have this person, it just makes the game, it just adds risk to the game. It makes the game less good. It adds more pressure on me. And how do I justify spending 100K or risking 100K on that US? Just doesn't feel like it makes sense anyway. So I would rather spend the money and get what I spent money on than to not spend the money and not know what, and not know like, why that happened. You know, like, why do we make this choice if it's not going to come back to us? So, I mean, the numbers are it's pretty rigid at that point, right? Like, you can't really, there's not much else you can do. Appetite? No idea. No idea. So, I mean, at this scale, we're not getting anything smaller than 1.3 for development. US, if you include the contingency. If we drop this to 25%, it gets to 1.2, but could easily go over 25%. Timelines, if we go 25% over our timeline, that number needs to be 20% bigger. So, I mean, what else can I do? It's hard for me to take away anything from here. Maybe we have one of our junior animators scale up into scenario design, in which case we get a bit more. We can maybe knock 30K off that. I would prefer this to be 2 roles or 1.5 instead of just 1. I think that's maybe better. I'm not sure. I think we got to keep it where it is. So then we pitch 1.25. Oh, hello. Maybe we make this like it's still not, it doesn't really change anything, does it? Call it 1.3 then, and let's just be done with it. So that's it. That's the number. In which case, you know, maybe we get lucky on Switch and it does even better. In which case, like, everything just kind of works out for everybody at that point. So, yeah, I don't really know how else to break that down. This assumes a 25% split. There was something I wanted to do with an assumption here where I'm not considering Kickstarter unless we fail at getting publisher support in the next 6 months, at attracting any attention. So there's something here where you could say the until recoup number, this number, I would, if I work backwards, I kind of wanted to do a test where the question is, if the publisher has spent this much money, what is the minimum amount of sales to make this number equal that number for their 100% recoup point? I think if it's 80,000 sales, that's close. 70. Let's call it 75. So at the 75%, at the 75,000 sale mark, they've now recouped. And then the question is, if I'm expecting 180 to make everybody happy, then it's 105K's worth of whatever the next split is. So what I wanted to do today was, I don't think I will do it, but I wanted to draw a graph understanding the relationship between a flat 25% split versus a 100% recoup and then a swing split. At the 100% recoup and then swing, I think, honestly, I would be okay with just a flat 25 at this point. Like, I don't really know how else to like offer something that would make a publisher that I would respect to be attracted to this thing. Because we could, depends on what they want to do, but I don't know. I guess I have to decide later. These are just the numbers that I'm playing with. I don't really know what criteria a publisher needs to determine what is valuable for them to invest in and at what splits they would want to engage. Okay, well, that's that, I suppose. I can't really make it any different. And then, yeah, like this 180K line, like it's still doable. It's not even necessarily hard. Like a lot of these games, all of these games had good publishers behind them. And of the ones that I think that are close to Insignia, I would say if you look at the language support, almost all of them have Asian language support, except Pizza Tower, which is insane. So maybe we just have to push for that. Seven languages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 1 if you don't count English. That's chained echoes. I think they do efigs, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, EFIGS, and then CKJ. So it's 7 additional translations, which is what we're actually aiming for. So I should just make this considered solid, because that's what I'm pitching. And I think at this point, actually, it's more about just doing it than offering too much. When I originally made this thing, it was like I wanted to make it look like we had lots of options, but I actually don't care about that anymore. I kind of care about just saying, hey, like, this is what we're actually aiming for. And that's it. Like I almost don't even, what do I want to say with these, you know? Yeah, I think I'll just leave it. Maybe it should be more like stacked or something. It's tough because I actually don't even think it's worth I think that we should just do all platforms. Like why are we not doing all of them? At least PlayStation. To me that just seems like you just make more money. Why is marketing further out? It's not included in the scope of the ask, is why. I don't know how to describe that in a better way. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. Yeah, okay. Like it's there. I tried to make it like a dotted line that just continues out into infinity. Yeah, I get you though. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's not even relevant anymore. Maybe it just doesn't make sense. Originally, that was just me saying like, I don't know what this costs, so I don't want to put it in my cost analysis or whatever. Like, I just don't know. I can't tell you. That was my original thought. But I don't think I need to be so vague. I think it's actually probably hurting me to be more vague. It's a good call out. I appreciate it. Have I considered putting estimated playtime in the 5 chapters section? There is an earlier slide to do with estimated playtime. But I could do that. Maybe not. I think I know what you're saying though. Maybe in like smaller print. Like, here's what you're getting. That's okay. Yeah, I've got like right at the front, I've got my like, this is what the game is. But by this point, they might not remember it. So it's not a bad shout. Physical release has become more out of the scope these days. Maybe I could take these two and push everything down. Put this down here. And then I guess I could just like resize this a little. And then put this here. Put this here. Does this make sense to everybody? Does this graph mean anything to you? Can you make sense of the graph? It's kind of more of just like a visualization. I mean, I don't want to describe it, but if you have no idea what you're looking at, please sing out and I'll say some words. You understand. Originally, I had in this bucket 1 point. You know, like if you chuck us another something, you get this. But I don't know if I want to do that anymore. Yeah. Must have, wants, nice to have. That's kind of what it's trying to be, yeah. I mean, I've sort of just got it from the corner out at the moment. It's just like a sphere of opportunity. You know what I mean? From the corner. It's just where we are, and maybe I'll make a little fun shape for us. Hang on. I don't know if that helps anybody. Do you think the localization might add some delay to the original planning because of the potential UI rework? No, we'd factor that in. That's just part of it. Like there will need to be UI reworks, probably. But that's just the price you pay, I guess. You cost it up, you know? Okay. Well, I think that's... pretty much where we're at. Actually, localization is really cheap. They're really not big deals. They're like tiny by comparison. Maybe I'll put the ports here. I know I'm sort of just eyeballing it. Well, we could put this here, this here. Squeeze these bad boys in here. I don't think it's going to work. Okay, we'll just put it back where it was. Cool. Okay. So yeah, I mean that's where we're at. This ends up being, well, it's already been 2026, so I can keep that there. And then by the time honestly, I feel like this needs to be smaller and this needs to be bigger. Maybe even smaller. Let's be real. And you know what? I used to have dates on this. Now I don't think that works anymore to take them away. I think they need to come back. What's the closest game to this a publisher might be comparing to predict sales? You mean these? My comps? This pitch has been presented to already like some of the biggest publishers that there are for indie games. So I know that the pitch is decent. I'm refining it because I didn't show them the business end stuff at the back, but like they've seen, like Devolver has seen this, everything up to this point, you know. It's not going to be Skong. No, it's not going to be Silksong. It probably won't even be Mina. They're just similar games. They're not necessarily similar priced, or these are the games that will be similar in the rest of it. Although, why do I have Iconoclasts? Estimated Steam revenue is, oh yeah, 1.71 million. That's where it's at, I think. What are these at today? Let's go have a look. What are you at? 1.8. Yeah, okay. That's okay. 5.3. That's where I've got it. Cool. And then Mina, this is changing so quickly because Mina is literally still making a lot of money. 4.7, and I've got it at 5. I think that's right. On if you go to here, I think this estimate gives it way less. I trust this one more, but I'll bring it back down to like 4.8 by the time they're reading it. It was moving a lot faster recently. And then Neva. $2.5. I got it at 2.8. How did I go down? $2.95. Okay, so split the difference. You get about 2.8. Skong. $118 million. You're joking. That's crazy. That's crazy money. Yeah, it's the Grist people. Steam doesn't show it, but there are plugins you can get, Steam, like Chrome extensions that take the reviews and the number of owners. I think you can get that from SteamDB. There's like a few different things you can get, and then you take all of those things, and most games that follow those numbers do that. It's like an estimation, basically. You put Grist instead. Why is that? Grist is 2018. Neva is 2024. So I think I was trying to make them more recent. It's just a more recent title by the same developer. I wanted these. Originally, this list had some like earlier games in it, like 2017, 2019. Even like my direct comps are actually pretty old at this point. I also wanted a bit of diversity in this little bar here. Like games that are just like what the balance of these games are in terms of their pillars. Anyway, so I think we're in a good spot. Plus and plus plus. It's a bit it's not very reassuring, is it, this? Maybe this would be better as a cost breakdown. Like maybe it's just not. I think what do you think? Because I've got the cost breakdown. I know what it's going to cost me. So just putting a single figure in the whole thing, it's a one number, feels a little light. Like, how did you get to that number? Let's try that. I'm going to see what I can do there. I actually had... Oh, yeah. I literally had this. It's kind of this one. I'll start with this. I'm just going to push some of these numbers forward a little bit because I don't think it's right to put like the line items this way. I don't think that's better. And the numbers are bigger right now, so. Director producer USD is 235. And then we can get rid of this line altogether. Development and QA. $310 AUD, 220. Art and animation, 350. It's just 85. Music and sound, 60. Localization contingency. Okay, we need to do the math on this. Make sure it adds up. 235 plus 220 plus 350 plus 85 plus 60 plus 30 gets you 980. Times 1.3 gets you about 1.3 million, yeah. Yeah, I mean, marketing is huge. That's nothing to sneeze at. Maybe I could do something sneaky here. I just go, boop. Put that there. Take this here. Make this the same weight as this, which is not 12. It's 4. Make that 4. We can expand this a little bit. Actually, we could go all the way down to there if we want. And then we take this and we go zoop. But I would make this, well, maybe not quite there. Maybe we can't go halfway. I think that'll just have to be what it is. But then this number needs to be bigger. This number needs to be 40. And I think we can maybe take this out, put it here, and then align this at the top. And then take this out, put it right there. Maybe this goes all the way across. I think that feels a lot stronger. Maybe we could put this a little. You know, you kind of feel like this is where the money is going, and that takes you bling to this thing. But I also think we should, I think we should go PlayStation. Maybe not for now. Maybe not in the base pitch. I don't know. Actually, like if a publisher says, hey, like why not go a little further? Like why not, if they want to input that and we can say, yeah, we can do that. Will it affect the cost? Not dramatically. Might add 20K. Okay, let's do it. And then let's have a look at this. Can I make this? What's the gap? I'll take this away. I'll put this here. This text is really close to that. Have I got an amount that I typically use? The gap is not... It's pretty tight. I think that's too tight. I think we should drop it at least twice. Yeah, exactly. What he did. Okay. All right. Then let's have a read of it. What does this feel like? All right. With the right strategic investment and backing, we believe Insignia will measure up to its higher value market comps. We see Insignia measuring up, comparing, being comparable. No. I don't like believe too much. It's okay. We... It's like... I was a solo dev. I'm not anymore. We project... We find it reasonable. We see... We estimate. No. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Without strategic investment backing, we will Insignia will measure up to its higher value market comps. We're confident that we're confident what we need. We're confident we have a good handle on. We have a good grasp we have a We've calculated our budget to reach an MVP release. We are also receptive to how rapidly the market is changing. I think that's fine. I think that's good. I like that. That's very strong. I don't think we need to say this. That's better. Less words, fewer words. With the right strategic investment and backing, Insignia will measure up to its higher value market comps. Yeah. I'm trying to say, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you have the option to spend more money. Well, it is. I mean, it is what we're proposing as an MVP. I'll call it confident release. We've calculated our budget to reach our production budget. To reach a confident title, to deliver a confident product, a confident title on release. Let's have a discussion on what maximizing the business case looks from here and how to reach it together. I think that's good. We can make the numbers bigger if we want, just to fill the space. I'd go like that, and then align these guys. and then put that there. Cool. I think it's very pretty. I think if I'm Mr. Investor Guy, I would want MVP is the minimum viable product. That's right. Is it not? The slides do look good. Yeah, if I'm Mr. Investor Guy, I just need more numbers here. I just need to know what date is this? Because I want to create a little bit of urgency. I designed the background art. This is actually this was painted by somebody else for the trailer of the game. I sketched it and they finished it. You want to see it a bit more clearly? Pretty, right? It is a lot, but I think we'll be like finished here in 6 months prior to this. And this is all contingent on on us starting here. Like, if it's going to take this long, I don't know how to do that. I've already got today written in there. Maybe this should be here. Q1. 2027. I'm going to be cute for a second. But maybe it should be a checkered flag because otherwise it looks like I'm giving up in 20. Or it should be a red flag. What's the Mario Brothers flag? Maybe green. Yeah, I mean it's crazy, man. It's taken me a long time to get to the point where I feel like I can even like look at these numbers and not get scared. Because I get it. I mean, I get it. I'm not stupid. They're crazy numbers. But like, if you want to be a game developer, that's what you're looking at. Like, this is, if you want to make not real games, big games, this is what it is. This is a business. Like, it's not a question of like, oh, you know, do I deserve this money? It's like, no. This is what it costs. If you want to make something, people need to get paid. You know, you have a responsibility to keep the lights on and the doors open and work, you know, for the entirety of the time that you say that you will, and then deliver at the end of it. And if you can't do that, you're not in business and you can't make games, at least these kind of games. So it's not really about like feelings at that point. It's just about like, you just have to do the job. You have to understand the work. You know, I literally had this on the slide previously, and my friend was like, "You can't have that. You can't pitch that." Hey, Nuggle, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Oh, I see. You're saying do this. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah. I got you. I think I prefer the full date. I think it's just clearer. All right. Today. All right. Well, I think as far as the pitch can go, I think that's about as far as I can take it, to be honest. I can have another once over, but there's not much else. I guess I just want to look at these last bits. These three I haven't looked, well, these two I haven't looked at recently. So let's have a look. Let's do an Oxford comma here. It's in bold indie there as well. And then this one, I was concerned about there not being a 2026 number in here, but I think that's okay. What do you reckon? Should I go out of the way to say that? Slopless development. It's our new thesis. Yeah, I mean, this all looks good. I don't know if this needs to be so tight. Did I make that way? Okay, that's fine. This is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Oh, there's a lot of text here and it's hard to explain. This is kind of like a 1-2 punch, this one. I don't want to really go into this slide, but this one here is like trying to explain like how we got here and what we're doing. So the fact that the team is scaling up, it's kind of like the start of like where a publisher comes in. Like why we like, I'll read it out. Insignia began as Adam's solo project and has grown steadily since then. Balancing increased production resourcing while preserving a strong vision is our win condition for moving forward. Our win condition moving forward. Balancing increased production resourcing while preserving a strong vision. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe we could bold those. For a Metroidvania-style game, the production flow must be carefully planned and iterative in order to keep the story impactful and well-paced as the pieces come together. No comma. As the pieces come together. To achieve this, we believe... shame I can't get that a little tighter. For games in the genre? I liked it the way it was. For a Metroidvania-style game, the production flow must be carefully planned and iterative in order to keep the story impactful and well-paced as the pieces come together. To achieve this, we believe in pairing our core creative talent with the right production support. So this is just me saying the team's getting bigger and that's planned and it has to be done. And who we're bringing on are people who help us make it bigger and better without losing this, without losing my vision. The art is here to show the strong vision, basically. It's like, and to show that it's like an ambition thing. Like, this is a real deal. Maybe Insignia here also goes here. Just to keep the name fresh. It's been a while since they've seen it. This kind of saw it here. I still think it's important. I would want to see it. Perfect. A little bigger. Perfect. Well, yep. Okay. Now it's perfect. I could probably bring it in a little bit. And then we have the team. I'm not really going to talk about that one because it's not final yet. And then just reviewing this. I don't know if I love the green flag. It's fun, but I don't think it's dollar bill. The bands, yo. I would never, by the way. I'm just having fun. Hey! That's so stupid. I'm just joking. It's a joke. It's okay. It's for you. It's for you, chat. I would never. Maybe we don't need this anymore. It kind of works better. Okay. Let's move on. That looks about right to me. It's crazy this number got here, man. The number was so much smaller. Is there really no way? Is there really no way? I guess it's the contingency that put it up that high. Yeah. So it's actually, it's $1 million plus 30%. That's what it is. Well, I've center aligned it, but doesn't really make a huge difference. Yeah, it is wild. It totally is. But it's also like just what it is. Like it's just, that's just the numbers at this point. Maybe I should be even more brave. Maybe I should just go crazy. Well, the 30% contingency is pretty fat on that. But I would prefer, do you know what I would prefer to do? Make the contingency smaller, 20%, but bump every other number up by 20%. Do you know what I mean? This is literally our operating costs, plus the operating costs of the people that we intend to be working alongside. Yeah. No, I think this is okay. Our goal is to be responsible with it. And I think this is a responsible number. It's not 1.3. Like we're not going to spend 1.3 because the actual budget is 1. And that's it's pretty generous across here. There are some line items here that maybe could be a little bigger, could be a little smaller. Well, I don't know if I'm asking for, what am I asking for here? What I think, I am working on a pitch deck. Yeah, this is a one publisher at least. I don't think it's the same amount. I think it's 50% on top, as far as I know. I wouldn't, if I was a publisher, I wouldn't put 1x in marketing. That's, maybe they would. I don't know. I haven't heard of that before, but it's possible. Contingency. Yeah, it's like we don't know what we don't know. And so given what we don't know, we're estimating this much. Actually, do you know what? I don't think we should say this for contingency. I think that's an internal number. I think this should be 20%. And I think all these numbers should be a bit bigger. No, these areas are not need. You know what? I took away the thing that I used to have here. It's good because you called out something that we previously had that we took away. Let me move some of this over. Hang on. This doesn't make sense anymore. Sorry, you might not even be talking about what I'm doing right now, but I think I wanted this. I had forgotten to do this anyway. So I want to do it. Where do I put my key for this? I made such a pretty graph. Now it's too hard to get to do it. I could do this as like underline instead of there was an easy way to do what I just did. I'm so silly. Probably not going to take me the same. It's probably going to take me the same amount of time anyway. But anyway, 5-5. Looking a little tight. I might take this, everything that's here, minus that, and go up, up, up one more, down, down, and then as long as that aligns with that, I think we're good. Cool. Should production ask be larger? I don't think so, but we can. It works. I think these caps look better. Don't look at that. What is this font? How did Inter sneak in here? That'll do. You guys should be both at the top and both aligned the same way. Why does that not look the same? Because they're not the same. That's better. All right. That's it, I guess. So this becomes 18, 19. Does anyone have any other opinions about the order of these? If I look at the Insignia pitch, the original pitch, I had some stuff from I had some stuff from pitch document whip, some guides. Yeah, here we go, from some other developers. Let's see if we can load these up. Should the game name be on the final slide? I think that's a great idea. Let's do that. Like there. Maybe more personality here. We could do like I've got a new kind of brand that we could be using. Maybe not. Where's my... Yeah, I do want to avoid brand confusion, and I was thinking about that. You know what? I think it's fine. You look chubby. Ah! Chubby? How dare you say that? Huh? I think it's pretty a good likeness. No? And what's wrong with that? Would that be a problem if I did? I've actually been losing a bit of weight recently. I'm the queen of chunk. Hey, we're not... This conversation is not going where I want it to go. I'm not interested in talking about who's chunky. I'm just saying, I think it's okay if one is. Nah. That's amore. Let's get back here. I think it's fine. Anyway, no, I do get it. The thing about me being chubby in the picture, I actually feel it too. I just wanted to pretend to take offense. Smell you later. Gary Oak. Smell you later, Ash. So yeah, back over here. This was the pitch deck that Rami Ismail, his template. So he had I've already delivered in person this to a few publishers, and I'm resending it to them after a bit. It's been a few months now, almost a year. So I'm resending it to them plus some more materials that way. So this is like a sentence. We saw an opportunity to make a cool thing like these, but different. We're on the path. We can't make it happen. I think that, so they've got timeline, budget, summary, thank you. Okay. I don't think we need the summary. I think we're okay. I think we've got the timeline right. I think we've got the comparative analysis. All the structure is the same, so I'm happy with that. This I don't love. What's this, 15 slides? Say hi to who you're pitching. Yeah, maybe. This stuff's a little bit, it's a little, it's very biz devy. Launch. Okay. I'm okay with that. Put it in the launch box. Okay. Yeah, this feels like it's super more like a small game that you're releasing in like 6 months with a big team. This guy reckons he's pitched this to like a bajillion publishers, but I think if you've done that, it's not a great pitch personally. Yeah, I don't love it. Did I get much of a response? I mean, I pitched it in person and I got a respond email after that, but it was more like a, hey, it was great to meet you at this event. This is not bad. It's just busy. There's so much text. I'm not going to read this, man. And it's not formatted in a way that tells me a story. I'm not into it. Okay. Yeah, it's too much. It's too desperate to talk to me without showing me. Even this is like the spacings all like, just get the text, you know, don't. Anyway. Let's back out of there. We don't need to look at that now. All right. I mean, is there anything here that needs changing? This is who I am. This is what I'm doing. Playtime. Yep. What it is. Yep. This is, I think, the weakest slide in the whole thing. And I think I was thinking about, oh yeah, this is way better. Why didn't I put that in? Wait. Why isn't that in there? What do you think? Do you like this better? Why didn't I put that in there? Whoop. This tells me way more about the game that I'm making. Like, the things that I'm asking you to think about. There's a lot of rings here. Yo, careful with that message, Raw Dog. There's a ban on the next one. Pro tags a lot of fingers. True. I think this is cool. I think keep it. I like it. Crafting is a key to success. Collect and fuse materials together to create accessories, consumables, keyarms, even special abilities. but it's not really about that. Let me try to rewrite this. The number of things you can make is not what's important here. It's about the choices that you make and how it shapes your play. So build out your playstyle with decisive equipment choices. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, but in nicer fashion. Craft keys, playstyle choices. On your adventure? There's something like pack in, pack out, fill out. The replay thing, it's not really a replay value thing though. That's the only thing. It's not that you make choices that you're locked in for across the game. It's just that you have to choose what you use at any one time. Hang on. Consumables, key quest items, and accessories that shape your playstyle. sure. I still think that this slide, there's something about it. The contrast is not amazing down there. I might be able to do something like, this is not a great trick, but does work in a pinch. And then you just want to make this way less. And then I think actually, like, why not? I think that's better. Rotate it? You mean like just give it a bit of that? That's kind of cool. I wasn't even thinking that, but I kind of like it actually. Just to give it a bit of something. Yeah, it's good. I agree with this too. I think it does need a bit stronger. Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's just write a note for it then. I'll just say what I want to say. This is just as if I was writing a letter. I really for the right publisher, I think we're at a place where we can make a really where we can make productive strides soon. If you're serious, not if you're serious, but well, I'll just say it anyway. If you're serious about this, contact me, because I'm not kidding around, mate. Here's my email. Here are any additional details you can reach me at. Let's set up a call soon and we'll get to making this thing happen. It's something like that. Like, so his first draft is natural English. Hey, call out publisher name. Thanks for reading. Thanks for your time. If you think there's an opportunity here for us, we're already, I'm confident we can get started. We're at a place where strides can be made. Okay. If there's an opportunity here, if there's an opportunity for us, if the opportunity is there, we're gonna make the exercise as soon as you are. Send me an email at and we'll I wasn't going to say I'm not kidding around, mate, but no, I'm not trying to be too, I'm not trying to be too just hang on. Just let me use my voice for a second, okay? Shoot me. Should be able to, we'll set up a goal to connect on next feasible steps. All right. Just chill. Just chill. Thanks for your time. I really think it should be more like no, I think it's presumptuous in a way that I don't like. There's an entitled sensibility if you just say, we're ready as you are. It doesn't feel right. It feels like we're trying to pull them off the street, which I don't like. For me, I prefer to say, I put it to them to identify that they are the right. Something like that. Like, for the right publisher, we're ready to make productive strides today. If that's you, no? I think we just, okay, fine. Send me an email at da-da-da, or just email me. Contact me at this. No, ChatGPT, you don't understand this. ChatGPT is not a good writer. ChatGPT is an average writer. I've kind of used the step metaphor twice now, though. Action plan? Is that too much? I think productive strides today is fine. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. No, I don't have a publisher. Something about how's that? Hey, so-and-so, thanks for your time. For the right publisher, we're ready to make productive strides today. Contact me at this and we'll set up a call to connect on any input you have, supply any additional info you need, and outline our next steps. Looking forward to hearing from you. That's pretty good. What's the size of this font? 40. If I'm looking at it full size, could go a bit smaller than that. Something like that. That's not what I want to do. A little too weird? Too much? Hang on. Let the man cook. And then it's like I gave them a little letter at the end. That's what the angled bit is. It's like the envelope behind the letter. No? That's cute. Can I do something else? Can I show you something else? My wife and I we're doing baby shower invites at the moment. And I actually came up with something that I really like. This is not going to look good. I'm just saying. But I want someone to see the work that I did. So I'm doing this because I want someone to see it. One sec. Right? Right? We love the filigree. Do we not? Hey, new psychopath. The baby shower. Honestly, I would love to show you the actual baby shower invitation if it didn't dox my wife, because I'm actually very happy about it. Let me see if I can get this in there. I really, really like this thing. Let me just replace text with rectangles. I'm playing a very dangerous game right now. Such a shame. Do you know what? I'll just replace the text with junk data. Okay, you ready? Pretty nice, huh? Pretty nice. I designed that. I did not draw the animals, but I could have. My wife, blah blah, and I, we're very proud. No Doxarino. I think we're good. I will be a dad. Before. You don't do baby showers before birth? It's like we need to buy a bunch of stuff and we're going to reveal the gender of the baby and all that stuff. So Adam's wife and Adam's new arrival. Yeah, so it's like people come and they kind of like, you know, they celebrate the fact that the baby's coming. And then they, if they want to bring gifts, they bring you gifts to help you prepare for the baby. It's like you do one when you're getting married, and you do one when you're having a baby. Whoa. Yeah. Sweet. Let's keep it at high. For publishers. You could do it as both. It's my first. A tonic. Free labor. I don't know if my wife's labor is going to be free. I'll say that much. Cool. No? I am from Australia. You don't need a picture of me in the letter. Okay. I think that's it. I think there's not much more I can do. Invite them to the baby shower. That's a good one. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How did we get from 11 to 15? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, much better. 16. 17. Not even 20. Wow. So brief. Amazing. 19 slides. Hey, Abbott. Yeah, I can show the gameplay. Check it out. Whoops. How many hours? I can't count that. Thousands. Anyway, how are you handling the subpixel movement so you don't get tearing? I don't render the game at native resolution. I render it at your monitor's resolution. So even though the art is like 640 by 360, I don't render the art at 640 by 360. I render it at 1080p so that you can move smoothly at very small distances. The art is big enough. The art is multiplied like 3x, but the game is running at your native resolution. Yeah. And I have different, I mean, like you can see the game actually changes zoom level at different parts of the game. So like I come to talk to mum, zooms in. Now I zoom out, you know, and again, it goes out even further when you're out running around. And there's even further, another zoom level for like, you know, this last shot up here. You can see in this here, it's like, okay, that's the watchtower. Watch it zoom in as we get closer to here, or you were seeing it up here, zoom out massively once we get to here. How do you play test? I have to unlock more playtesters. See ya, Ashcon. All right. Well, that's 19 slides. So what I do is I take all these. Not this one. Not you. Take all of these, go out here, export 20 layers. It should ask me where I want them to go, hopefully. And then it goes into, one sec, desktop, Insignia, pitch deck. Ugh, that sucks. Hang on, I pressed the wrong button. Are all the zoom levels integers? Yes. The zoom stops are integer. Correct. That's right. You got it. They are, the end zoom points are integers. So the game looks good on 1080p screens at those different scales because it's like 1x of the art, 2x of the art, 3x, 4x. Okay, so now we have all of our, that's cool, all of our stuff. I think I should say, this should say, hey there. Just for my own sanity, so that I'm not shipping something that could be bad. If I send that to someone and doesn't have their specific studio name, I think there needs to be a valid version. So there you go. And then I have this amazing tool that I like to use called PDF Arranger. And whenever I say it in my head, I say PDF Araña. I don't know why I do that. I just like to. PDF Arranger is free and it's really, really good. You literally it's just like an app that lets you just grab a bunch of stuff and chuck it in a PDF. That's all it does. Why do these all say page 1? Page 1, page 1, page 1. I guess they are page 1 on the documents that they came from. I use Figma. That's my go-to. And then you got a pitch. There you go. There's your deck. Dude, this was cool. This little graphical thing I did. I'm very... Why is Levy on my stream? Get out of here. Super Saiyan Levy, Rosman. Okay. That's that for now. Let's now look at the rest of it. Okay. So I have in my possession a document from, I don't know if you guys can see that. Hang on one sec. Make sure I'm not doxed. Okay. Yeah. This is from a publisher. This is one of their forms that you have to fill out once. I mean, they sent it to me and it's a weird, well, it's Kepler. I have to say that because it's like, it's written there. This is like on a form on their website, but it's not on their website. It's on a website that they own that's got a different URL. So I'm imagining it's like, I don't know if it's like just a special thing that they send specific people or if you could just get here by navigating to the website. But there's a bunch of stuff that I'm trying to fill out here. So I imagine there's also some way I can put in, I mean, this doesn't feel like the end of it, right? Can I go further than that? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, let's be clearer then. What am I going to send them? I'm going to send a build of the game. I'm going to send them the pitch deck. I'm going to send them the pitch deck, the build of the game, fill out whatever form they want. I'm going to send a sizzle reel. / trailer. I don't know if this needs to be a trailer per se or just like a whatever. I don't know. Flowers. I really think that's it. Like, I don't think there's much else you can send them. Really. What else would I need to send? Pitch deck, build of the game, scissor reel, trailer. I mean, there's like press assets that I have, but why would they need those? Nope. No. At least I don't plan on it. Steam trailer is kind of a separate thing. Yeah, that's kind of in the pitch deck, that stuff. The deck talks about followers and all that stuff. I don't have the wish list count. I did have a potential slide that I was going to add here. I actually, it's just written in a time. Oh, it is there. There you go. There's the wish list count. So yeah, the numbers are there. Yeah, I don't think there's much more I can do. Are all your upper left breadcrumb indicators? That's a really good question. And I was going to, you are so smart. I was going to check that myself. Yeah, I think they are. Contents, pitch. Let's just go back to this and see if we can. Yeah, great question. You're right up. You've done this before, haven't you? Contents, pitch, mechanics, story, world. And then I skip a few to get to market, opportunity, timeline, opportunity. Okay. So all of the, okay, I need to rename them. Really good catch. Okay, so I think I had recap originally, and that's no longer there. Four is now market. Then there is, I don't know what we call this, but it's kind of its own, maybe like studio. Studio. You're not allowed to see that one. Sorry. Five and three. And this should be 6 and 2. You can see this now. And then 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 locked, 2 gone. And that's it. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate ya. Yeah. I got it. I do a lot of auto layouts. Auto layouts they're the only way to do all this stuff. Figma for me is like, if I don't have a way to construct my ideas out visually the way that I can in Figma, I'm like half as intelligent of a person. How many years have I been making games? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Go. Yep. I mean, like, I was a UX designer before I made games, and we worked in an agency. So this is not my first pitch deck, and I was doing pitch decks before I was making games. I was a junior, of course. I wasn't amazing at it back then, but I've gotten a lot better. Yeah, I mean, we were using like InDesign at the time, like Adobe, yeah, literally InDesign and Photoshop. Fireworks. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I really need to trust myself here, because I don't think there is a better, I don't think I can be more prepared than I am. And I think I've already wasted like 2 months, 3 months compared to where I should have been. It should be April right now. But do you know what? Just as a quick aside, like, I've made peace with the fact that you can't be ready before you're ready. That's just it. You just can't be ready before you're ready. And the opportunities that you missed because you weren't ready, you can't be accountable for, because those weren't your opportunities because you weren't ready. So just accept that things happen when you're ready for them to happen. So I just have to move forward at the pace that I'm moving. And you know what? The more I ask people, the more I've been asking people, like, hey, what is your opinion on what I should do and where I'm going, and do you think this is enough? I've had a couple of people tell me that my previous pitch deck was not enough. Like, my previous plan was not concrete enough. That I wasn't prepared to put dollar values on things and dates on things, and that's not enough. And honestly, the pitch that I gave last year, even if I got a yes out of that pitch, was for like less than half the amount of money that I'm asking for right now. So where would Insignia be if I got a yes a year ago? If a publisher was like jumping down my throat to make that happen, they're like, this is amazing, let's do it. Literally, I wouldn't have been able to give them a good number that actually makes sense. So it's better. It's better that I know, and that I was forced to learn how to, at least, it's like in that time since then, I've done my own pass on production with my team. I've missed milestones that I wanted to hit. I've seen what the burn rate is like if you don't have outside funding, and where that goes and what you do in the meantime. I've reached out to producers, directors, people that I trust on how to solve some of these problems. I've gotten their advice and their direction on how to approach that. I've spent time refining my game's internal workflows and my own external workflows from the project, focusing specifically on production velocity and how to approve work faster, without losing quality. All of that is super important. And the org chart that I have now of what I want the team to be is much cleaner than what it was before. It makes much more sense. It's like reasoned. And before it was sort of more just vibes. So I think that stuff's so critical, and having the right people in my corner, like the strategy I have now of bringing on my friend's team as the kind of like project runners from the technical side, like me having the creative team and them having the technical team. They have experience in distribution, in production management and development for things like porting. That takes such an incredible strain off of me personally, to have to hire people, to have to manage them, because they're their own studio. I would never have proposed that a year ago. I didn't have the presence of mind or the understanding or the intelligence or I didn't know. I needed my options to be whittled down to come to that conclusion that I needed them. So I think this was totally right. And I think it's a better pitch now than it was as a result. It cost me like 8 months, but I'd prefer to have a really good 2 years starting 6 months from now than a shocking 18 months 6 months ago. Maybe. I don't know. So, what are the core elements that make a game fun in your opinion? That's a great question. I'm going to answer it. I have a this is a very hard left turn on this on the conversation that we're having, but I really like this question, and I want to like share something. I think that fun is kind of a lie. I don't think fun is like when we say that game's fun, we actually mean two things. The first thing we mean is it's enjoyable to interact with. That's the first element of fun. You pick up the controller, how does it feel? That's fun. But the second thing that we mean when we say fun is actually more like how much of my investment was the game able to maintain after the first impressions. Like how sticky was the game? And stickiness is not fun per se. In fact, stickiness is rarely about making things convenient or enjoyable. It's actually more about creating carrots on sticks that are further away and further away and further away and giving you more and more long-term reasons to keep playing. So for me, what makes a game fun is a game that balances your attention in such a way that you go from thinking about the immediate feeling of the game to what you want to achieve in an hour. That, what do I want to achieve an hour from now inside of the game? That's progression. And progression, I think, is what makes a game really fun. For me, at least. And progression doesn't have to be a like physical thing or like a system in the game. It can be more like you're unlocking achievements, or it could be you're leveling up. It could be explicit. It could be you're gaining elo points in a competitive game. It could be all these different kinds of things, but it could be you're unlocking customization options for your character or learning new abilities. For me, having a game just like you press the jump button and it feels good. That's like, you need that. And everyone knows about that stuff, the juice. But creating, it's not even about hamster wheels. It's not even about like Skinner boxes. It's about goals and caring. It's like, can I make you care about this game? That's what fun, we say fun, but what we mean is caring. That's what I think it comes down to. Can I make you care about this game? Like one of my favorite games is called Disciples. It is a turn-based strategy where you do objectives on maps. It's kind of like a slow version of Age of Empires over turns, or like Heroes of Might and Magic, that kind of thing. The way that game makes me care about it is that you have units parties of teams that move around the map. You give them names, you level them up. They do very limited things. They have very specific roles. And when they die, they're gone forever. Permadeath, in the context of a named thing that I have invested time into, makes me care a lot. If I named you like my baby and I raised you and then you're gone if I screw up forever, that makes me care a lot. That's not fun, but it's engaging. It's dramatic. It's tense. It feels important, you know? That's when we say like a game's fun, that's really, really, really critical. Is it being able to set up those kinds of feelings for you so that you're interested, you're invested. Investment is what I think most people, beyond like fun, you can, you know, fun you can learn about, but investment is a different thing. And when it comes to production, investment is something that when you're working on features of your game, the question you have to answer constantly is, do the things in my game harmonize and resonate that investment? Do they make the investment louder? Or do they fight with each other? Do these things encourage the player to care about different things? That's really, really, really important. Like, one of the biggest problems with games is when a game asks you to do one thing, but it's more effective to do a different thing. Now, what it cares about and what you care about are different things. Like, I'll give you an example. Potions in Final Fantasy games. They're consumable. They're not amazing. Spending them makes them go away forever. So the question of when do I use this potion is kind of like impossible to answer, because at the beginning of the game, they're really important. But you can't need them because if you use them all, they're gone. So what the game wants me to do and what I want to do, they can never be aligned when it comes to potions. Because you hoard them and then you get to the end of the game, you've never used any of them. You don't have an incentive to use them because they go away and you don't know if you're going to win the fight. So why would you spend them? You know, that's a conflict. To evolve the theory, would you think that this progression caring aspect can be more important than the fun of interacting with the game? Plenty of times. So many games. So many games are more engaging than they are fun. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of games. A lot of games that are like very technical and very not pretty. Like there's a... what's an example? Like Dwarf Fortress is not fun. It's engaging. You know, Dwarf Fortress is not a carnival. It doesn't feel like you're playing with a fidget spinner. It's like looking at spreadsheets. Oh, thanks, Chief. If only you were a publisher. All right. Forget the decks. Yeah. Sweet. All right. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. See you in a bit. Yo. So, man, really? Cool. Wow, it really doesn't want to go. Let's just do that. Hey, everyone. Yeah, look, gosh, I mean, I'd love to crowdfund this game, but I feel like it's kind of already at the point where, I don't think a Kickstarter would cut it. I think we have to go publisher at this point. We could do a Kickstarter. I mean, look, ultimately, I just want to say something out loud, as if I haven't been doing that all stream. There is a world where like none of this happens. We pitch the game, nobody bites, and I'm stuck making it alone again. And if that happens, then I start thinking about things like early access. You know, I start thinking about just going back to dev every day. I'm not funding anybody else's work. It's just me. I push Patreon a little further and I just put my head down and work on the game for like another 2 years, 3 years, whatever, and release the smallest possible version of what it is, and move on with my life. You know what I mean? Like, that could happen. There's not, at that point, you know, that's all I can do, really. Maybe not even that. Maybe I just say, well, I'm using Unity. Okay, so let's do some dev. What's next? I think right now, what I want to do, scene map would be nice. Well, shall we bring up the, I got some tasks that I have been working on. I have done a little bit of this already, but I think where I was left with it is me and Elzak need to get together and do some work on at least this here needs to happen. This is blocking me a bit. So we need to create like a node settings inspector so that we can check it out. And then I've done this. This is looking really good for now. And then I've created some onboarding stuff. So we've got, well, not some onboarding stuff. I created this thing, modal, which I can fill with more appropriate content later. But we have a modal now. Hello. We can close it. We can, you know, little tutorial. It's whatever. It exists. Hey, Alec Costin, thank you so much for the sub, and everybody else who just subbed. Thanks. So that is ready to populate with data. And then, I mean, we're pretty close to 1.0, actually. We're really not far, but we're not there just yet. We may or may not do testing next. I don't know if we've decided on that. Documentation needs to get done. Any additional bug fixes, which aren't currently there, but there are some, I think, floating around somewhere. Oh, there's a big refactor of the namespaces that has to happen. That's just like a thing that goes, can I, whoop, how do I, oh, okay, there is just no way of doing that, maybe? No, I think there's a move up. Wait, oh, there's no move up. Okay, well, we got to delete that then. This is our 1.0, right? Okay, so it is back there. Namespace refactor. Well, not namespace, but like name. I guess it is namespace. So that's just like a whole separate thing. And in fact, that lives before documentation even. It's kind of blocking documentation, I think. Could I send you the pitch? No, sorry, I can't. No, that's all right. I mean, you can send me their contact info and I can pitch it to them. But legally, I think I have to be the one who delivers a pitch. You have to be able to represent somebody. Which country are you from? Okay, so yeah, that's blocked by this, and that's blocked by that, and that's blocked by this stuff. So we got to do this stuff. This is called Looking for Project. It's a tool that I am consulting on, actually. And I've been using it as just testing it. It is in beta. You can use it. It's just a project management tool. Okay, so that's where scene map is at. From here, my priority is anything to do with Insignia that is blocking a sizzle reel. So I suppose we could honestly, we don't even need a storyboard. This is a reel. I just could just play through the game. I don't think you... yeah, anyway. I just asked them if they just push you and talk to them. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, you can send me their website and I can have a look at them. Or if you know them, I mean, I don't know. What's your connection to publishers? Okay, so... yeah, I guess what goes into the sizzle reel, it's basically just a trailer of stuff. Might even be selected clips, like stuff that's not necessarily just with music. It could just be me talking over the game about what the game is. Like, this is Insignia. This is the kind of gameplay it is. You play as. It's basically a video pitch. But maybe it would be like a number of videos, just like a series of videos, like 30 seconds each. No, video pitch would be like me voicing over parts of the game, explaining the game. The point would be giving more of... Hey, Elise Taylor, thanks for the sub. The point would be giving more... more insight into the project itself, its current status. Lina, thank you for the sub. Lena? Where are all these YouTube subs coming from? How many viewers we got right now? 61? That's pretty good. Thank you. Maddie Wolf, thank you. What's going on? There's like 6 in the last 30 seconds. Who's subscribing to my YouTube channel? Thank you so much. Saad, thank you for the sub. So yeah, just looking at pretty, man, I really got to fix that though. That needs to be, that needs fixing for sure. Let's jot that down. Double fix, bug fix. Double clicking on a node while maximized opens scene in new window, but retains drag, begins drag operation on scene map. Yeah, this is looking for project, but I usually use Figma for this kind of thing. It's just that right now I'm kind of doing a bit more project management trialing. My Omni-Man impression. Look what they have to do to mimic a fraction. No, I'm not going to do it. Okay. What else do we need here? I mean, this shot is looking kind of good. I guess I should finish that horse. I should like finish some things. No? Or what do I do? What should go in this as a reel? I want to see more blue abilities if I can. I don't think I have any other animations that are finished that I could use though to just bind to a blue ability. Will the silhouettes be finished? Somewhat. Yeah, like I should do. If we're just, do you know what? I don't think a publisher needs to see any more than what's here. Hey, Jibe. I'm doing well. How's chapter 4 doing? It's okay. So let's back up for a second. I don't want to do any more sizzle stuff. Instead, what I want to do is ask the question, what should I as the director be doing to get the game into a good state when a publisher does approve us, and which tasks are a good use of my time as the director? I think that's what I need to think about, not which animation tasks can I polish, because they're polished. The animation looks good. The environments look good. The game looks good. Like, there's just not that much that needs to happen. I'm sure I could you know, pack in all the different features and this and that, but maybe like some of the sizzle could be like, it would be nice if this was prototyped even a little bit. Some of the boss fights could be interesting. It probably needs prototyping from me anyway. Like just cameras shaking, NPCs jumping, stuff happening, right? Like even if it's just something that I can capture for a trailer. Trailers are important. I think that stuff's good. And it's probably not really junior work, or at least if it is, it's stuff that sets up junior work. It's stuff I have to do anyway. So I could work on two things right now. Let's block those out and start thinking about it. I don't think this is important anymore. You just go. I don't think this... I don't know why I wrote that. That's not important. This can go. Chapter 2 stuff. Sentiments. What is this? Let's have a read. I think overall we're still in need of a trim, pacing wise, lots to do, and it's much more digestible than it was in the past. But I think it's a level of connective tissue, that types of plot tension that we're missing, stakes around Old Man, lead up to the Athenium, still lacking confrontation. I think we're staying out welcome. The Athenium puzzles, pretty much for. I wrote this. December pre-demo sentiments, playthrough 2. Most valuable thing we can do is keep tension tight as player plays the game, support the main plot. Side quests, impossible to miss a side quest from an NPC purely because there's no way of talking to them without hitting the request condition. Recurring characters, if we have points of player freedom, that allow them not to talk to an NPC until some condition, yada yada. I don't really know about this stuff. It doesn't feel that clear. This can all stay here. It's not a huge deal for me. It doesn't bother me. What about this? That's already done. I made that. That's important. What's this? Personal validation, marketable polish. I will personally find it easy to sell the concept of the game published by the games on Swedish Vision, stealing enemy player controller, enemy designs, level examples, ensign, VFX. This is all there. We're done now. Beyond selling the mechanics, a challenge I have with some of the game publishers just finally commit quality. I spent six. So it needs to be visible on screen in order for me to barter. Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's good. Yep. Certainly. And I have them now. It's actually crazy to me how internally consistent the logic for this stuff is. This is like 4-year-old thoughts. And it's like I had them yesterday. You know, it's like I need to see this 3 years later, and now I have done it. It's like I really haven't been pivoting like at all. It's just been taking a really, really long time to do anything. Like, it's just the game that I was trying to make in slow motion, making it one day at a time with the opportunity that I have. You know, it's like, yes, this is what I needed to see and what I wanted to share to a publisher. Now I have those things. So, I don't know. This is Figma. Okay. So, I mean, it's really up to me at this point. the next thing we're trying to do here is we are trying to, I guess it is grey box. It's back here. Create the rest of the abilities. That's still really important. That's actually super critical. So that's like probably even number 1. This is like number 2, actually. Let's turn these into like blocks. So pathing, abilities is really important. Then pathing, then crucible level dungeon content featuring the abilities, not as important. It's kind of this, right? But then also like presentation, scaffold of boss fights that demonstrates scale presentation. I've had a team for a while now, yeah, but they're currently on pause because I can't pay them. They have been paid for their last work, and we don't have a new scope of work yet for them that's paid for. So they're contractors. And I'm actually pitching to make the team like twice as big. All right. What? No, of course they do. Who is Sigma? A lion doesn't care if his devs sleep or get paid. No, the devs should sleep and they should get paid. Thanks, Chief Mike. Yeah, go for it. You can send me that. So, in the immediate short term, when it comes to validating abilities, we can go back to that. I think that's still important. Oh, what we were doing, actually, we were in the middle of something. We were in the middle of balancing the concept of there being an energy bar in the game, which I don't want to spend too much time on. It's not major, but it is. I want to like close the door on it. Before we move on, because it's kind of an open thread. So let's try to close the door on that. All right. So let's go to an area, and I just want to see if the logic holds up. So I'm here. I can use my abilities. In this context, Armin's not in danger. So if I spend all my energy, it should come back pretty quickly. 1, 2, 3. It just comes back pretty quick. If I'm in combat, it goes much slower. But if I do good combat stuff, it comes back pretty much immediately. But I think I need to show burnout. Hey, thanks for the sub. Yeah, this is what sucks. Like, I can't, in that context, I actually can't use the abilities at the pace that I want to. And I really, really need to be able to do that. So the challenge is going to be, for players, can I make it obvious which situation we're in so that they know I can use my abilities however I want versus actually I got to ration them because I'm in the middle of combat and I don't have the power to use them at will. Like, I can't use any abilities right now. I can't even block. This button is going to be the charge button, I was thinking. One sec. One sec. No, it's not a pickup. It's not a pickup. Am I going to play Clash of Clans? No. So let's have a think. I think it's like, I'm going to write down a couple of things here just so that we understand what the stakes are. So, 1. Can't have too many heuristics criteria. In combat, out of combat. There is something that I kind of liked, which is the idea that if you use an ability and you hit an enemy with it, it goes into the enemy. That would be a really nice split because it means that using abilities for platforming doesn't cost anything. Whatever, dude. What? The list formatting doesn't work at all. Okay. I don't know why it works here. I'll just copy that. Okay, so options. This. This needs to be a lot shorter. And then the base energy recovery needs to be way shorter. Oh, this is how much energy you're getting per frame, not time to recover energy. Bro, Rice, could you just calm down a little bit? So many questions. Why is it so slow? Oh, because there's an enemy on screen. Duh. But now I'm not in danger. How is this working, dude? Why are you not going up? It literally worked until like just now. Wait, unless his max energy is not... Nope. Recovering to 26 out of 50. Zero. What the heck? It's 5. The number is 5. How could that be wrong? I'm so confused. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's no good. What? Oh. I'm so confused. Why does it do that? I think because it's the number is so big right now. So then maybe we were in combat that whole time. I guess because you have to be grounded for it to work. Whoa, that bee took a beating. Wow, did you see that? Yeah, even me who knows the rules doesn't like it. I actually hate it. So maybe we have to go back to the drawing board with this one. You gotta move, you gotta roll. Brass tiles. Okay. So What is the problem? Let's just go back one higher. What is the issue? Spamming ensigns in combat is no good. Particularly, it should... Could be that if they leave the camera. See ya, Chief. Yeah, I think this is I think this comes down to this feels more in line with the system and it introduces one fewer bar. I like the bar. I just can't justify it. It doesn't work in this context. And I think I can see a really cool system where, like, if attacking an enemy with an ensign gives it to them, you can spam it if every enemy you're attacking it with dies when you use it. So for a bunch of one-hit kill enemies, you can chain between them really easily. But for a bunch of stronger enemies, spending an ensign into them will stall you out until you defeat them or you leave the screen. Let's try that. I think that's worth trying. And I think I'll cancel this. And I'll cancel this. Don't need to do that. Don't need these. I don't know what this is. But I have a feeling it's nothing. It's nothing. Okay, then we go back to development. When game finished, game finished. And then we do new branch and we call this one Ensign Transfer. Sure. I don't think we need this anymore. I really don't think we're going to do this. This. We don't need. Those are different things. I do have a color correction volume. I do. Yeah. A little bit. Like, I bump saturation up like 10% at the end. Okay. So, now... Oh. Try this again. When do you create a new branch? I mean, you branch as soon as something that you're doing is not validated. As soon as you don't know if you're going to keep what you're doing. Like, I just took the energy bar away. If I wasn't on a branch, that would be really annoying to turn off. Because it's like a whole bunch of systems in the game that rely on energy, if it exists. Whereas now, I need to playtest the game in a context where it doesn't exist. Yeah, that's so much cooler. All right. So it is going to be weird to transfer something back to the enemy. It's like a whole new system. You know what? Maybe we don't need it. Maybe it just works fine the way it is. It already works that way with bigger enemies for the ensigns that belong to them. So if I use this, it goes back to him. That's just how it works already. So what's the problem? That later on you can use it against a bunch of enemies? I suppose that's... I guess that the real problem is that later on, if I... And I should probably implement this in the game right now. There's a system that doesn't exist yet, and it's that at the end of a chapter, you'll be able to go to your mastery menu and pick ensigns that you want to keep forever, even if you haven't found them in the level. So it's kind of like a way to have a loadout of ensigns. So I think that, I don't know, that's something that I need to be careful of or conscious of. So then the idea of like you spent something and it's stuck inside of the thing kind of needs to live throughout the game anyway. I've also got the idea of like zones that steal ensigns from you. Like a field where if you use an ensign in that field, it just disappears. An example being this one. So like here, these don't look right yet, but see how it like went back to its owner? It like went back where it came from. Now I don't have it. So I gotta get this one instead. That didn't look good. On that roadmap you had made for the presentation, did you project that you aim to have finished 1.0 by 2029? Yeah. Yeah. I'd like earlier than that, honestly. It's just we would need to get funding and the team together and everything. There's kind of like, honestly, there's like, it could be done 8 months sooner if I had the funding today. But I don't have the funding today, so I can't get it done sooner. All right. So when I look at the gem, there's ability day manager, special ability manager, capture manager. So an enemy has an ability, and there's a gem here. The gem is just an object. The gem object has an ability capture manager associated with it. I guess there should be a button that you can press to like bring your ensigns back. Maybe you have to like, if an enemy has them, you can like draw them out. That could be interesting. Just like a button you can press, you hold it down and it brings everything back that you had. Kind of like a reset. All right. So when we special ability manager, when we use an ability, there's this return to source script. this function. And the function says, I go back to what? It says I have an enemy or a dock. Okay, so we need an interface called, hey, Tong Pham, thank you so much for the sub. Is that Vietnamese? Thai, maybe? I think Vietnamese. Could be anything. Could be Chinese. No. I'm guessing Vietnamese. Indonesian? So I think we need something called like I container or something like that. Like something that's an interface that can hold Hey, Pelly. So the question here is, I mean, like, there's a concern here. The way I built these are not great. I built them in a way where they actually have like they're sort of like built transactionally. So what I mean by that is Armin having an ability or an enemy having the ability, it's like literal currency. So if Armin doesn't have it, there's nothing about Armin that knows that he has an ability or has unlocked an ability in a level. There's nothing inherent to the character. It's just that there is literally an ensign sitting on his UI bar, and it's because it's there, he has it. You know what I mean? So what I can't do is say you walk into a level, you pull an ensign off a pedestal, you fight an enemy with it, you use it so it goes into the enemy, and then you press a button and it goes back to you. Because who it belongs to is like, technically it's the pedestal or nobody. Whoever's got it right now is who it belongs to. And I don't want to check like who had it last. That's not right. It's really just the environment or Armin. That's what it is. Hey, I'm just getting a phone call. One sec, pals. Okay. I'm getting the funding right now. Yeah, that's it. That's the publisher. Hey guys, they called. All right. So yeah, there's no like allegiance, but it should probably be something like this. Let's mock it up. So there's like Armin, and then there's like enemy, and then say pedestal. And then there's also the petal, which I haven't, that's a loose end that needs to get tied up as well in the system. So you guys don't know what the flower is. Flower is something else. So hey, Gouda.
0.0001% share.
Thank you so much. All right. Armin walks in, pulls it off the pedestal. How much money do I need, really? I mean, it's on the stream. You can scrub back and see it. It's if we want to do the big studio production thing, it's 1.3 million US. If it's just me, different story. It's probably like a quarter of that if it's just me. Maybe less, maybe like a fifth of that. But doing it by myself is like, you might be waiting another 3 years. Because it's already not a solo project anymore. So it would have to become a solo project again, which means trying to pivot to lower the presentation quality. Okay. So we come in, we take it off the pedestal. We're running around with the ensign. We fight an enemy. It goes into the enemy. We want to be able to press a button and have it go back to us. So it's really just ensigns that Armin has last collected in this. He should have like I guess a stack. Kind of looks like this. Of no worries. That's fine. It's like for each slot, one that we brought with us, and then the last environmental one that we had that wasn't of the same type. Well, maybe it can be the same type. This is really quite a late game issue, though. It's kind of more of a technicality than anything. There will be some puzzles that this depends on, where if we don't know about this system, we can't design the puzzles. But not really. I mean, it's mostly like combat-related puzzles. Anything that's combat and platforming put together might get affected by this decision. Okay, so one that we brought with us last environment. That feels like a good rule. So we've got a green ensign, it lives on the pedestal. You run in, you grab it. Armin has a record of it on his... this guy. So now we've got it. If we use it on an enemy, it goes to the enemy, but we've got a record of it. If we press a button, we can pull it back, maybe. But maybe you have to do something for that. You know what? Let's just make it so you can't do that. You have to fight the enemy. You take it back, you run around, and you use it, you trade it with a different blue one, a different green one, sorry. So there's other green ones sitting around here, this color. Now you have this one. Then you use that on another enemy. You can't get this back unless you go get it again, which at this point it will belong to the flower where the enemy existed. So now you go. I guess that's already how it works, really. This idea of like you get it back. We were talking about the idea of if you run away, you get it back. Because I don't want you to have to. There's this problem. Is my game like Undertale? Not really. If I go over here, and I have this ability. And then I use it on this enemy, right? If I now try to get over here, I can't use it anymore. It's gone. The enemy has it. And now actually I can't even get up here. I'm kind of stuck now. I'm screwed. So I actually do need a button to pull it back. It actually kind of ruins the puzzle space if an enemy can have on them an ensign that's not the one that they came up with. So actually, I don't think this works at all. Maybe we do just need a cooldown. I don't know. Yeah, otherwise you can soft lock yourself. Hey, Pixels. Yeah, you can. You may. So what is it? I mean, you just go, well, I just should be able to do this then. Like they're just on cooldowns? I split them into separate. I mean, energy is the same thing as a cooldown. It's the same thing. It's just one resource instead of multiple. Maybe it only goes on cooldown if you hit an enemy with it. So then it's not about. I could even make it have the same shader as this. I could have this. Nope. This thing? Yeah, this. I could have it literally go droop. So it starts like when you use an ability, it has to like charge back up. Hey, Chidle, thanks for the sub. 43 months, let's go. Yeah, maybe if you just hit something with it, it does that. I don't know. Doesn't seem easy. I might need to defer this one. Like, I didn't hit anything, it's fine. Didn't hit anything, it's fine. What happens if... I come over here, I hit the B with it. I guess that's fine because it's mid-air anyway. Just feels weird. Why can't I spam the ability? Why can't I do that? Yeah, I've got an in and out of combat system. What I don't like is I don't think that stamina makes sense for this game anyway. Like in Elden Ring, there's this kind of the way that you fight, you know, you sort of take your hit and then you back up and you do what you want to do. And then you sort of like attack for a bit and then you roll out of the way. And there's this like constant pressure. It's all combat. There's no platforming. And so managing energy is just such a basic principle of the game. You're just constantly doing it. Whereas here, as if we're just like tooling around, like what does it mean to be in combat in this version? You know, is it an enemy sees you? Is it, I mean, it's possible to do. It's just a different, more arcadey environment. That's the thing. And I've always wanted this game to feel like Elden Ring, but it just doesn't. It just feels nothing like Elden Ring. It's not something that I can make happen, you know? So, because there are aspects of this game that need for it to feel the way that it does. I'm trying to think, what's the problem here? Why is it bad? It's only bad if it ruins a fight. So maybe some enemies capture your ensigns and some don't. Maybe that's all it is. Or maybe they all do, but no, it would need to be select. It would need to be a select few enemies. Are there any times? I mean, we just came up with a space where it could be a soft lock situation. I'm here. I'm fighting an enemy. I used this spell to get up here, and now I'm down here because I jumped down. Now the enemy has my ensign, and it's gone. I can't get it back. I can't jump up there. I can't fight them. That's a soft lock. We can't have that. We could have a button to pull it back, like a 3-second, you know, you hold down this and they come back to you. That would fix the soft lock for sure. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe, yeah, that's a really good way to think about it. Maybe it just pops out and floats around for a bit if you use it on an enemy. I like that because it's kind of what already happens when you steal it from an enemy. It sort of goes up into the air and then it goes to you. But maybe I actually have the power to make them float around following you too. Okay, so it would be like this. It would be, there actually are no, yeah. Like in this example, if I did this, it would sort of follow around for a bit and then that bee has been getting punished so hard today. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think it's good. So then... what is this? Only one can follow you at a time right now. Okay. I'll have to solve that, like, at a later date, I think. Actually, this is a good idea in general. So, like, in this context, if I'm here and I've just spent this ability, it could hover behind me while I'm using it and then go back in, which is exactly how it works in Mario Galaxy. Peak soundtrack. So in Mario, there's this moment where when you jump, you can spin in the air. And when you spin, you can't spin again until you land. So what it does is it shows you this little thing that hovers around you until you land. The end. There is a sound effect too. Okay, fine. Don't use the ability. Dude, I use it constantly. I'm constantly double jumping. Dude, not even once. They didn't even use it once. Do it. Just press the button. Shake the controller. Dude. Jump and shake. Not even to jump over gaps, man. Just like single jumping constantly. This person is a psychopath. Oh, damn, I hate that. This challenge sucks. Okay. Okay. Please. There. Okay, see this? The stars represent the fact that you have spun, and then when you land, there's this little dweek, and the little guy pops out and then goes in. That's what we'd be doing. The Luma, correct. So this would be like that. It's a 5-minute analogy. Yeah, they would sort of hover behind you, which I think is reasonable. They just sort of have their little spot around you, behind your head, while you're running around. I actually also have a thing in the game made to replicate sort of something like that when you've got them sort of in you. So see how Armin running around has green sparks coming off of him every so often? There's just one little bing, little green thing. See that? So this would be like that, except because you used it. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. So ensigns on cooldown float behind Armin, and then any ensigns used on enemies that don't immediately die go on cooldown for 3 seconds. That's it. Those are the criteria. There is one more, but I've sort of taken it away. Okay. I think that's a good solution. Pals, I gotta go. This was a pleasure. Let's find someone to raid. Let's raid Rembot. My pleasure, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all on Thursday. No stream tomorrow. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too, as always. Wishlist insignia. Wishlist. Please, especially those of you on YouTube who are sort of new to the stream, go ahead and wishlist it right now. I'll catch you all Thursday. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.